Everyone, welcome to Council Briefing for the 22nd of July. First up this morning, we have the Property Council here to join us, talking around development fundamentals. So please welcome you all up to the table here. We have Leonie Freeman, and I think you're going to introduce the rest of your team, Leonie, but please all make yourself at home. If you just push the right hand button, the mic will glow up red, and that means we can all hear you, and happy to hand over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate the opportunity to join you this morning and share some basic training and insights into property development. I know there's a lot happening in your area. I mean, we've only got to look outside, and what we've found by doing this presentation with some of the councillors around the country is it just provides an avenue to allow people to understand a little bit more about development and the opportunity to ask questions about things that might be on your mind. This is a sort of a safe environment to ask them from. And I'm also aware that some of you in the room have some experience and understanding of development, but I've pitched this assuming that you have no understanding. So it's sort of, that's where we're starting from. So I just wanted to introduce the two gentlemen that are with me here. Tom Chatterton in the middle is our Regional Chair for Property Council, and he's also a Director of Ryder Levitt Bucknell. And then to my left, Alistair Pearson, he heads all the property at Lincoln University, so very involved in this area and very expert in development. So what we thought we would do today, just to make sure this will work, is we just thought we'd just share a little bit about ourselves, Property Council, who we are, what we do, talk a little bit about the impact of property in Christchurch and across New Zealand, give you an overview of the development process and an example, and then some things that you might want to think about from a governance perspective, which is where you sit. And then obviously a chance for questions, but feel free to, ask them as we go along as well. So just kicking off myself, I'm the CEO at Property Council. I've been in that role 7 years. I've spent my whole career in property, just so that I can show my one-eyed Cantabrian side. I grew up in Christchurch, went to Lincoln University, that's where I did my property degree, spent a lot of time on my uncle's farm, about a few kilometres down the road. And in fact, last night I stayed with my family in Rolleston and had dinner at the Rock. So there you go. So it is great to be back. I've spent most of my time in property in the early days in the private sector. I did business startups and bought rundown companies and turned them around. But in the last 15 years or so, I've spent a lot of time before the Property Council role in the public sector. So I was the strategic property advisor in the setup of the Super City in Auckland. So if you want to talk about amalgamation at the end, feel free. I can share some of the learnings that we had from that. I then have spent a lot of time sorting out challenging property developments for Auckland Council. I then went into Housing New Zealand, turned the development program around then, and then worked directly with Bill English on housing reform. One of the things I learnt from all my time in the public sector was that if we really want to solve some of the challenges that our towns and cities face, the public and the private sector need to work closer together and understand each other's challenges. And I also think that the more we can understand about the process, the better we've got a chance of actually doing this stuff together. So this is a little bit behind why we do what we do. So I'll just touch on Property Council and who we are. So I took this role on about 7 years ago for two purpose-driven reasons. The first one was I think there's some challenges in property in New Zealand, and this was a good place to try and fix some of them. And the second one is that I've spent my whole career in property, done pretty much everything in it, but there's not a lot of females at a senior level, and I wanted to shift the diversity and inclusion. So that's been a personal passion project of mine. So when we kicked off, we reset our purpose at Property Council, and our purpose is together shaping cities where communities thrive. So for us, that was a very significant shift because what we believe is that if we focus on the issues that are important in towns and cities, then that will help the property sector. So we focus externally. So what we focus on, what can we do to improve our towns and communities and cities in New Zealand? Because we know that will be good for the sector rather than focusing on just what's good for the sector. If I talk about who we are a voluntary organisation. It's a company membership organisation. So we've got over 610 member companies, and they cover commercial, industrial, retail, that's the shopping centres, and the residential sectors. We have everybody from the large owners, listed companies, construction companies, and the plethora of consultants. And we have members who are from the private sector, public sector, iwi, and the community housing sector. So we're a very broad church, and it covers about 15,000 people throughout the country. And whilst we do things at a national level, we also operate in 4 regions: Auckland, Central, which includes Hamilton and Tauranga, Wellington, and the South Island. So that covers Christchurch, Dunedin, and Queenstown. Just very briefly about what we do, and then we're going to get into development. We do a lot of work in what we call the industry leadership and advocacy space. So we represent the sector on many things at a national and local level. So you'll all be familiar at the moment with our there's a whole lot of legislation going on at a national level, whether it's resource management reform, seismic, building consenting. So we've been working heavily on that on behalf of the sector for quite some time. We also work with local councils, looking at long-term plans, district plans, rates differentials, and sort of supporting development. So there's a lot of work that we do in that space. Our whole purpose with that work is to be a trusted advisor. We are not there to be a lobby group for the sector. We are there to position ourselves to be a trusted advisor and help make good decisions. The second area, we do a lot of events to bring the sector together. So we do over 85 events throughout the country, both nationally and regionally, online, and in that we also have a training academy which helps improve the sector's understanding. And the sort of session you've got today is a sort of very truncated version of one of the courses that we run. And the final area, we do a lot on communications. I just thought I'd touch on, and we do have copies that we will leave with you and they will be sent, but what we do at a national and local government level is we have an advocacy agenda just to show what the things that we prioritise or focus on at a local level. So I won't go through them in detail, but we will leave you the copies of this and they will be sent through electronically. So if we just look at property in New Zealand, property is the largest contributor to GDP in New Zealand at 15%. Our NZX listed companies account for 20% of the New Zealand Stock Exchange. The total value of property is $2,250 billion, $350 billion in commercial and $1,902 in residential. So this is a study we do, research we do about every 3 years, so it's probably about a year or two out of date now, but it just gives you an indication of the size and scale, and it shows that over 235,000 Kiwis are employed in our sector, so it's a big sector. We also have this at a Canterbury regional level, and if anybody is interested, these are available on our website, or we can send them to you. So again, property is a significant contributor in Canterbury. It has a direct impact of $4.5 billion on the regional economy. Almost 35,000 people are employed, and the regional property stock is $245 billion. So it's not insignificant. Okay, so hopefully that just gives you a little bit of an overview about us and who we are and what we do. So what we wanted to do now was to take you through some basics of property and the property development process. And as I said, use this as an interactive opportunity to ask any questions, or, because sometimes you might be sitting in these meetings and you're having to deal with development projects and you think, I've always wanted to ask that. So this is your time, and my 2 assistant gentlemen can also provide, a local level context as well. So when we think about property development, it is at the heart of all our communities and cities, and it's a key part of transforming the places in which we live. So when we think about our developers, they require vision. They also have a massive impact on creating our surrounding communities and cities. So the key when we're thinking about all of this and solving some of the challenges is, as I mentioned at the start, and it's because I've worked in both worlds, is to have that public sector, private sector, iwi, and the community housing sector working together to try and get some positive outcomes. So when we talk about development, most of us think automatically to housing, but there's industrial, there's office space with commercial, shopping centres, and then there's the social infrastructure, which often councils and central government have a huge amount to do with whether it's schools, hospitals and libraries. And that's why when we talk about development, we include it all, because it is all part of the same process and has some of the same issues and challenges, whether it's housing or social infrastructure. So if we just kick off a little bit about housing, because sometimes I find that when we think about housing as a homogenous thing. It's all the same. And but when you're thinking about development and housing projects, there's actually quite a few bits of the jigsaw that come into being. So I just thought I'd briefly touch on that, because what you typically find in our sector is that they don't overlap. So you've got at one end the large government projects like Kāinga Ora developments. They're quite large scale, often can transform large areas. You've then got the land subdividers who come in and take big tracts of land, subdivide the land, and then they might sell blocks of it to the franchise housing developers. So a Christchurch example would be Carter's. You've got the high density developers who are doing your high-rise apartment developments, and those people are different to the guys that will be your medium density developers who are doing your townhouses and low-rise. And then we've got a lot in our sector, those smaller scale builders who might have less than 10 sites who do the standalone housing, and you've got a lot of that in Rolleston. And then what we've got, we call it our commercial residential, which is our retirement villages, our student accommodation, and a new asset class, which is the build to rent. So not sure if you've come across build to rent, but it's fairly new in New Zealand. We've been working on it for about the last 5 years, but that is where we get the largest scale sort of institutional investors who will own or develop a large, for example, apartment block, and then it will be available for long-term rent. So they're not being sold. So it gives another alternative for security of rental tenure. So we call that commercial residential. The other thing I just touch on when I talk about housing, and I'm just doing this briefly, but is to also understand the housing continuum. And because when you think about housing and you see it in the media, and I'm sure you hear a lot about it from your constituents, is every man and his dog has got a solution to solve our housing, and the reality is there is no easy silver bullet solution. And when we think about solutions, we need to think about it in light of this housing continuum. So at one end, you've got emergency housing. So that's that, transitional where people need something immediately. You've then got the social housing, which is in New Zealand provided by Kāinga Ora or the community housing providers. And they still need quite a lot of support. And then as you move down the continuum, you've got that affordable rental and affordable home ownership, where you might have some sort of interaction to influence things. And then towards the right-hand side is the market, where rental and home ownership, which really doesn't need a lot of intervention. But really, when you think about it from a community, we want our communities moving down the right-hand side of that housing continuum, so that more and more people have, need less intervention about their housing. And we really want to be reducing the need for the emergency and social housing. If we just touch on the non-residential development sector, if we look at, say, commercial and industrial and retail, there's quite a number of different entities that operate in that space. So if you look at the listed and the non-listed, so in Christchurch you have PFI, the Property for Industry, you've got Kiwi, who do the Kiwi Property, who do the shopping centres, you've got Argosy and Stride, who also do office and industrial. You've got the private entities like Carter Group and the Terrace with Anthony Goff, and then you've got Ngaitahu, who is also a major player and operator in this space in Christchurch. If you think about the social infrastructure, you've got public sector, so education, justice, health. You've got Lincoln University, who I will say are doing a great job, and in their rebuild and the new buildings there. You've got councils, as in you guys, so you own and operate libraries, sports facilities, art galleries. There's a lot of assets that council has. And then you've got the private sector people operating in the hospital space, such as Southern Cross and Vital Health. So there's a broad range of people and organisations that are creating or filling this actual property space. So I do that as a bit of a scene setter. So now we're just going to talk about, and again, high level. So as we go through the development process, please feel free to throw out any questions. There's no dumb questions when you come to development. But what I found is that when we talk about development, sometimes people think that there's only something happening with the development project when construction's actually happening on the site. And often you don't realise that when you actually get to the construction, but this is the end of the process, because that's like at about step 11. And for someone like me who's been involved in development, and these guys as well, you know that once you start construction, whilst you've still got issues, once you get to construction, it's actually, a lot of the job is done, because you just got to deliver it. So what you see is that there's a lot of things that go on before actually getting to construction. And I think it's important to understand those steps and the complexity of those steps, and why our sector, often talks about, things like the resource management reform, the building consenting reform, and even the seismic, is trying to, help reduce some of these steps in the process. Because if you think about it, and I know many of you who have worked in businesses, you know that time is money, and that's very much for our development sector. So this is just a very high level, and there's slightly, there can be more detailed differences, but just high level, the development process. So when I meant about the construction, you can see that the construction box is the bottom left-hand side, and that's the last step before the end. So before that, we go through 10 stages. And that's what we sort of want to talk a little bit through today. So if I just start with the policy and the strategy, and I do talk about this bit a little bit, particularly in the public sector, and I'm just going to share some lessons I've learnt from all the work I've done in the public sector and the private sector. So please don't take any of my comments as any criticism of anyone. I just share them as genuine learnings. But if I look at policy and strategy, to me, this is one of the most important things for any entity. So an organisation like yourselves or any public sector entity having a clear strategy about what you do with your property. That's what your existing portfolio is, how you manage it, how you maintain, what you refurbish, what you want to develop. And a lot of money can be made or lost by doing or not doing strategy. And one of the examples I learnt was when we did the amalgamation in Auckland. We amalgamated 7 councils, 11,000 properties and $7 billion worth of assets. So it's quite substantial. So there's a huge difference in the quality of the data that we got together. And one of my lessons was some did remarkably well. They had good asset lists, 10-year maintenance plans, everything was well coordinated. Others couldn't even give us an asset list of what they owned. So it's quite challenging. But one of the things that always stood out for me was and I'm not saying any council, but one of them, the buildings, say for example, the libraries were managed by the librarians, which is a logical thing. But what ended up happening for this particular building, and it all comes back to the strategy, which is why I'm reinforcing it, is that every time it rained, they'd have to put buckets out in this library to catch the rain because the budget had been spent on library books and not maintaining the building. And so there's often, you can get these gaps in the strategy around where we put the budget. So when you look at private sector property strategy from any of the listed ones, the first thing you do is you maintain your existing portfolio. But often what I've seen in the public sector, I saw it when I worked in central government, was when the budget got tight, the first thing they cut was maintenance. And so if you wonder why some of our schools, our hospitals, our housing in the public sector are not maintained, it's because of that. So I encourage you strongly to really be clear on having clear policies and strategies for development and your property. So that aside, we're now back to our property in terms of the development process. So the next stage is you're looking at purchasing the land. So I've broken it down and just do a few slides. Excuse me, I'll just grab some water. And what we've tried to show here too is there's lots of different people that come in and out on a development process. So the developer or the owner is the one that operates through the entire project. So once they've got a clear policy or strategy, then they would be looking for land opportunities. So one of the other things that I am a director of, I've been on for 15 years, is Goodman Property. It's an NZX listed entity. It's the largest NZX in New Zealand. So for our strategy, as an example, is we just do industrial, we just do gateway cities, it's high quality. So they're always focusing on that, very clear. So when they're looking at land, they're always looking at what they can do with that. So once they've bought the land, they will be doing early stage feasibilities to see, does it stack up? What do I need to pay for the land to make my development work? They will then work through a project brief, which is high level. I've got this piece of land. It's got potential to maybe build, 50 houses, this sort of type of design, this location, and then they will take it to some design consultants and architects and get a concept design. So this is not a detailed one, this is a high level. So you're still sort of in that early phase. So then you're then getting to your feasibility and business case, and this is the critical bit, because this is your go or no go. So if it's an organisation like a public sector entity, you will be reporting to a board. If it's a listed entity, you're reporting to a board. So a lot of work goes in to these feasibility or business cases to see whether it's even feasible to do the development in the first place. So once you've got they say yes to that, then you're going to resource consent. So that's when they're coming to councils to then work through the resource consent, and you can see there you've got now engagement with the planners, and that's a really critical phase. And again, there's a lot of consultants required as part of that resource consent, so you're going through that. Once that's then secured, you're then in your pre-construction phase, which is sort of getting everything sorted. So if you're a public sector entity, you don't need to worry about sales, pre-sales, but if you are a private sector entity, you often will have to get a number of pre-sales secured before you can get any funding to do the development. So when you get to that marketing and sales bit, that again can be a real challenging time if you do or do not secure those sales. And if you wonder why sometimes you do get resource consents passed and they don't then happen, in terms of the development doesn't happen, it's usually because if they can't get the pre-sales requirement. And then if you get that, and the banks will then lend you the money, and you've got the finance ready to go, then you're into procurement and contracts. And again, that's quite a detailed phase and stage. And then that is now the bit where you've got all the work signed off, ready to go. So up until this phase, you've actually done nothing on the site. But this could be, for some reasonably large-scale projects, could be 2-3 years. For smaller projects, even if it's, say, 10 houses, that can still be, a good 10 to 12 months just to get to that phase. Then you've got earthworks, and then finally you get into construction. So just to give you some time frames, because sometimes this is quite useful to just try and give you some sort of concepts around this. If I was building, say, up to about 20 units, 20 houses, this is the approximate time frame that I'll be looking at. So that first stage around the design and approval, maybe that 3 to 4 months approximately. That resource consent, about 4 months. The contract negotiations, procurement and funding, about 3 months. And then the build time, about 8 to 10 months. So the pre-build time is actually longer than the build time. So it's about 2 years all up. And then if you're doing large scale, say for example 500 plus, your master planning phase alone can be in the range of 3 years. So some of the big scale projects are sometimes 15 to 20 years all up. And often if you're doing these large scale projects, 10 plus years, the build phase will be done in stages. So if you wonder why it's quite challenging sometimes for the developers, they're buying land, making plans on these larger scale developments, but they know they're still going to be in the market in 20 years' time, even though the market goes up and down, construction costs go up and down, everything changes in that time. So they're having to make assumptions and decisions around this long-term thing, regardless of the uncertainty that they're facing. And that's why the challenge for many developers is this risk and return profile. And so at the project start, you have all the risk and none of the return. And at the project end, you've obviously got less risk and all the return, but you're taking a lot of risk for return a long time in the future. So what we thought we'd do is just give you a simple example, and then we're going to let you be a developer, and we're going to give you some a small scenario that you're going to have the chance to talk about amongst yourselves and decide whether you would progress with the development, because I think it's an interesting way of understanding what our sector goes through. So I just put that development process up there again in case you want to refer back to it. So before I give you this example, I just wanted to show very quickly, and again, this is simplistic and high level, how the developers work out how much to pay for the land and what can happen when they're doing that. So this is just, this isn't a Christchurch site. I thought, no, I'm not having anything in Christchurch, so we don't have any tension in the room. But I just thought that it's a site, it's got the potential to put 10 houses on it. And so the logic of how they work out, how developers work out how much to pay for the land is, and again, simple example for you, is that they take the total sale of all the properties, less all the costs and allowance for margins, leaves the amount that can be paid for the land. So if I take this example, and this was an actual example, 10 houses that they were going to be able to build on the site at 900,000 a unit, so it's about 9 million. Less commission and GST at 1.4, so the net sales were about 7.6. Now, I've put one line, but in the feasibilities, these are hugely detailed. So the next stage is looking at all the costs, the construction, the development fees, the finance, and the contingency, excluding the lands. It was 5.3 million. And then they're making an allowance for margin. So sometimes people look at this and I've put 20% on this, and people think, oh, that's the profit. That's really the risk margin. So if you think that, and where the 20% comes from is that if you're a developer and you want to borrow money from the banks won't even look at your development or funding your development unless they can see a margin of 20%, because this pays for all the developer, staff and costs, but is also the risk element if prices go up or down. So they allow that margin. So the total costs are 6.3. So the total amount that they could pay for this land was 1.17 million. Just as a way of working that through. So you might think that's okay, but then you've got the impact of changes in pricing during this development. So if you pay 1.1 for the land, and house prices soften by 50,000 a unit, and development contributions, or levies as they're going to be called, increase by $40,000 a unit, you can see how quickly that impacts how much your surplus is. So your sales now are 8.5 million, less your commission and GST, which gives you net sales of 7.2. Your costs are 7.1, so your surplus now is 100,000. So as you can appreciate, it can go the other way, but you can see quite quickly how you can suddenly be looking at very little surplus on a development, and that probably wouldn't cover their own staff costs to do that development. So it's just important to understand, so that if you're thinking about how they price land that you want developed in your area, that's the process that they're going through in a huge amount more detail than what I've shown you, but that is fundamentally what they will look at.
Leonie, I wonder whether there's sort of a natural break in the presentation there.
Yes, no, that'd be good if
councillors might have some questions, but I mean, I've got one first up, and it was, you talked about strategy and policy and making sure that we have that.
Yep.
And I guess the pain point for us is we do have strategy and policy, and it's been circumnavigated all the time, and that makes it particularly difficult for us around our planning.
Yep.
With our strategy and policy and infrastructure and everything else. I guess you hold a lot of experience. What are the things that we can do to try and make sure that we do plan well?
Yeah.
When it's been circumnavigated.
Yes, and I think the thing is that for councils in particular, I think you're in the most challenging position, and I often look at it because you've got the actual operation of your property, both in the portfolio that you own, the planning that you do for the area that you're responsible for, but then overlapping that, you've got all of the ratepayers, and it's like herding chickens or herding cats, I imagine. Everyone's got different opinions and they're very strong, so you've got a very strong political overlay that you're managing, and then on top of that, your complexity also is central government and what happens there. So I suppose some of the lessons, or some of my learnings from watching a lot of this for quite a few years is it's, if you start with if I firstly start with your property portfolio. So to me, it's separating out what's politically impacted and what's not politically impacted. So if I look at your portfolio itself, I'd look at that on quite a business type operation. So what are all the assets? What is the purpose of your assets? What is the maintenance requirements? Do you have 10-year plans, maintenance plan for each one of your properties? Is that in place? Ensuring that the budget is spent to make sure you maintain property. So to me, that's sort of an operational thing. It's not political. The public don't need to know about it, but it's really important that you operate it and do that. So it just means that you look after what you've got. The next stage is that stage about, so what are those assets that the community needs, whether it's that you're responsible for, whether it's more community halls or facilities and things like that. So that's when the planning comes in with the community about saying, okay, in the next 20 years, these are the things that we are going to plan and develop in this area. And I'm well aware that with changes in council that can change, but to the best of your ability at this point in time, if you can have that clear plan and then everybody's clear about it. And then it's managing, to me, the planning for your city. So I sort of put it in 3 different levels, and I think that's very challenging. One of the things that I can see at the moment that's happening for all of us is, if I just take resource management reform, one of the things that we've been very strong to central government about is, yes, we've got resource reform coming down the pipeline and it's coming soon. And my experience is sometimes the central government have a tendency to pass the legislation, tick, yep, it's done, and then they hand it off. And we've been advocating really strongly that they focus very much on implementation. And we've been advocating, and we're mentioning all of the councils as well, that there's an implementation governance group that includes central government, local government and the private sector, so that the rollout of the RMA is looked at from an implementation perspective. So we're conscious that those sort of things are going to have an impact, because I look at some of the councils around the country. If I look at Auckland, they're probably well-resourced. Some of the smaller ones may not have the expertise or the resource to implement it. So we've got to make sure that it's funded, that it rolls out well, and it doesn't cause us lots of problems. So I think there's sort of those sorts of parts of the strategy as well. And I'm really conscious it's challenging. I think you've got to look at it every year. I think there's parts you can sort of do and put to one side that public don't care about but is important, which is the property. And I often encourage people to think about property where you are the owner, and so you're like operating as a landlord, and property where you are the user. So sort of separate them, whilst you're the one same organisation, separate the roles that you play into 2, and that will make it easier to manage that, just as another way. So sorry, that's probably a long roundabout way to answer your question.
No.
But it is, I do really appreciate how difficult it is, because these are long-term decisions, and you're faced with 3-year central government cycles and 3-year local government cycles.
Yeah, so I guess the development process and all the things that you've talked about is very front of mind for us, and trying to manage as best we can with the policy settings that we have.
Yes.
I think there's some other questions, so John.
Yeah. No, thank you. I'm relatively new to all this, and I'm interested from a governance point of view that, given the risk and return analysis and the very complicated process the developers go through, that I've noticed a trend, maybe not in Christchurch or Canterbury, where developers come up with great aspirational statements that we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that. And a concrete example would be, we'll provide a school, but they've made no contact with the Ministry of Education, and there's no evidence to support such aspirations. And then once everything gets approved and signed off from a regulatory point of view, lo and behold, much of the aspirational doesn't happen. Can you just explain, is there any social ethics or any obligation or legal requirement on developers to sort of, as to the integrity they should have?
I'd say that...
oh, hang on, I think...
no, it's fine. I'd say that the consideration, the question that's being asked and the intent that's behind the aspirational goals that the entity's trying to meet, you actually need to put that in the terms and conditions of the consenting that you require. Because we can all sell a dream and we can all sell a pipe dream, but if you're tied to it contractually and you're bound to it as a condition of your consent or your resource consent, then that's something that has to be met. And you've got no other control after the event. And if you're through your own due diligence, and as a local authority you do a lot of due diligence on pretty much everything that I've experienced to date, it's part of asking the questions of the relevant authorities that, is it in your planning? Is it in your planning as an education sector to develop in that area? Have you been considered? Have you considered it? And have you got it in your long-term plan? And it's a pretty simple question. They'll come back to you and they'll say, no, it's not even in our plan. We've never discussed it. It's in our 10-year plan, but not in our local 3 to 7-year plan. That's my response to that, really, I think.
Yeah. So you can build it in. I think, particularly on the larger scale projects, if I think about Hobsonville in Auckland, for example, and that was started as a central government project, there is often big aspirations, and I think the developers, generally the big scale ones, whether it's public or private sector or iwi, are quite genuine in the aspirations. But things change, I suppose, just like a council. And so if you want that, like Alistair said, ensure it's in the consenting. But also it's about when those things might happen. So in Hobsonville, because it was a government project, the school went in first. A lot of that social infrastructure went in ahead of the development, which normally the private sector can't do it that way. They just don't have, they do stage, and then they would do the social infrastructure last. But I think if you're getting projects presented to you, they are the questions to ask if they're talking about that, and ensure that it is in the consent. That's the lever that you have to pull.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you. Hey, quick question. You mentioned the housing continuum there, and the way that you sort of have social through affordable through market development within that. Obviously, reducing the need for emergency and social housing would be a marvellous thing.
Yeah.
So how does the Property Council support this aspiration through the way that you resource and support? I've sort of noticed you've got a few task forces within the council, but none of them are directly seem to be looking at that aspiration. So how does the council support that work?
Yeah, in terms of in the housing space, there's another organisation called the Community Housing Aotearoa, and their members are the community housing providers, and some of them are ours. And so we actually work quite closely together. Where we play, so we don't get involved in the sort of legislation relating to community housing and sort of like the IRRS subsidy, that's the government payment for social housing. But where we are involved is looking at the whole system. So I've done a huge amount of work in the past on solving housing. And one of the things, and it's in our advocacy agenda that we'll give out to you, but one of the things to me that is the biggest problem for housing in New Zealand, and I'm just going to go back to that slide because might be able to explain it slightly better. Sorry for doing that. But when I look at housing, one of the issues is there is an amazing lot of people doing a lot of work in housing, whether it's at one end of the spectrum or the other. And the challenge that we've got is that a lot of the work is happening in silos. And so, we've got people doing amazing work to try and bring construction costs down, but then the consenting has a challenge. We've got amazing work going on in the emergency housing space, but there's not a way to get people from emergency into social housing. So I did a whole lot of work about 10 years ago to look at solving this. And so one of the things that we've done a huge amount of work on is looking at the whole system of housing. And we promote a solution called collective impact. And what that is it's a sort of internationally sort of known framework for solving these big, complex, seemingly intractable problems. And very, very simply, it starts by looking at the whole of the system. So at the moment, it's like we're all in the boat rowing, but we're rowing in different ways. And this is designed to try and get us rowing together. So the 4 key steps of a collective impact initiative it starts with the vision. Because I've done a lot of work in this in Auckland in particular, and it's in the paper every single day, something about housing, and it's usually negative. But never once have I seen what does success look like. So when we did all this work, I came up with a straw man. So I said success for housing is 15,000 new houses every year, half of which are affordable, and a home ownership rate of 75%, including Māori and Pacifica, that 95% of our existing homes are warm, safe and dry, that we have a zero wait list for social housing, that we have end homelessness in our city, and that we have long-term solutions for rental tenure options. So I said, if we did that in Auckland, I reckon our housing would be solved. So once they do that, then the next step is how do you get that? Because now suddenly you've got vision with clear targets, and typically what they've done is they create a small non-for-profit whose sole job is to act as the coordinator right across the whole housing continuum. So they're not doing new initiatives, but instead of looking at, which is what happens now, what is central government doing, what's local government doing, what's the private sector doing, what's the CHIPS doing, what's the finance community doing, you start from the perspective of we want to build 15,000 new houses every single year, half of which are affordable. How do we do that? And then you're starting to work down through detailed plans about, so this is what government needs to change, council needs to change, sector needs to change. So it's quite a different approach to what happens now. And it's not sexy, it's not the solution just like the RMA, but that is the bit that is missing in New Zealand, is the ability to change our system, the whole of our system, to actually solve housing. And so that's where we've done it. And this collective impact works. I mean, some of you may be aware in Hamilton of the People's Project. I'm not sure, but that was started 2013 by the WISE group up there, one of the community housing agencies. They got sick of trying to manage homelessness in the city. They said, we're going to end homelessness in central Hamilton. They brought local government, central government agencies, the churches, charities, the business community. And over the next two years, they worked with all the homeless in central Hamilton and found solutions. 2 years after that, 96% of people who had been put in housing were still in housing. So there is some different ways, so that's where we are focused. We're also working a lot in trying to look at initiatives around affordable housing. Kāinga Ora is one of our members, so how do we work with them to support some of those initiatives? So a lot of the work around RMA consenting is all designed to try and improve affordability as well and get houses built quicker. But the big one to me, it's my passion project, is solving housing. And whilst we look at all these individual levers, they're all great, but there's probably 20 levers we need to pull, and all at the same time, and we need to have them coordinated, and we need to measure everything, and we need it to be publicly, everyone to be aware, because we've got to take the community on the journey as well.
Yeah, it just seems that the dial is still very much in the wrong place for us, where it's very, very easy for us to create a lot of new housing, but a lot of that housing isn't going where it's needed.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's rather interesting. And I'm kind of following on from Sarah and also John's questions. On the continuum, there's quite a cool one that Kāinga Maha put out,
Yes.
which is quite good because below those boxes there, it shows the many different ways that people can move backwards as well as forwards.
That's right.
Which is, we always seem to think that it's a linear thing. We progress. No, we don't. We go backwards and forwards a lot.
No, and that's the challenge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And that's why when whether it's particularly central government, when they're doing policies, they need to ensure the policies are aligned so that they're not doing a policy in one of those areas which are then pushing people left.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm coming from with this with the actual question, which is you've mentioned things like land that we want developed, coordinated, bringing the community along, and our biggest problem here is called the fast track.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys have seen the letter that Lydia sent recently to the Minister that listed all of the different fast tracks that we've been made aware of that are, they're seeking approval, they're seeking referral. So some of them have gotten through, a lot of them have not. But none of that fits with, if we're planning well and doing things in a coordinated manner that takes the community along, it's planned for in our LTP and our infrastructure strategy. We've got the development levies or contributions set up to accommodate that. And it's literally throwing it out the window. I just quickly looked at the list again. There's like 800 houses potentially for Darfield, which has maybe 3,000 people in it at the moment. That's horrendous. Prebleton, another 1,500. It's a town of 5,000 people so far. Rolleston, right here. If they all go through, 12,730 approximately extra dwellings. And the other part, aside from the fact that that's not coordinated, and I know this isn't your fault, I'm just trying to figure out how this fits with your guys, because I can see on your website your priorities, and around the strategy and thriving communities and all that sort of stuff. It chucks it out the window. It really does. And even the name Fast Track is a misnomer because frankly, even if they could manage to find enough builders to build those houses, we'd struggle to get enough consenting people to do whatever's left of the consenting regime after the planning bill goes through. And in terms of trying to build the infrastructure for the roads and the water, we'd struggle to get the materials, let alone the staff and all that sort of stuff together in time to make it fast.
Yep.
And in the meantime, the community's been steamrolled.
Yep.
And I know this is more of a vent, but I'm just
No,
wondering.
no.
What do you think about all of that? Because it seems it seems to fly in the face of your priorities as a property council.
Yep. And no, look, this is the place to please ask these questions because, you know, I imagine that if you've got the developers here, it's often a, you know, we're conscious it can be a tense place. And, you know, I think it is important to understand. Alice, you might want to, being a local, and then I'll add some comments.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
really.
not, because I am happy to comment on it. But
I mean, you know, Lincoln University in particular is a pretty much a 148-year-old established environment within the Lincoln area, and we've seen over my tenure there has been for the past 5 years. And as a university, we've gone through as many changes as most organisations across the country, and you have to spin really fast and you have to move really fast, and all the constraints that we've had as well, you know, with regard to cost escalation, COVID, the impacts on infrastructure, all of those issues we've all faced in a smaller way. You know, we're a village within a village, if you will. And I think your comment around fast track is scary, there's no doubt. And there is a point in time where if you can't cope as a region to support those fast track approvals, then there is a point in time where it stalls, and the impact is that you cannot spend the money. So as a council, you do have power and responsibilities to govern your region, albeit somebody's feeding something across the top of you, but you cannot keep putting infrastructure investment in if you don't get the funding from the relevant authority, and you can't do that through your ratepayers.
No.
So from me as a representative for Lincoln University, you know, we have agreements with Selwyn District Council, but, you know, Rob and I are looking at what that looks like for the future and how we broker that in the future, because we've also got to look at our longevity within the region and how do we grow within the region and how do we support each other as part of being economic partners. So we're very keen to not be impacted by decisions that are made outside of our remit. And, you know, as you know, education is getting smashed left, right and centre, and how do you maintain it? So we as an organisation, back to Lydia's question right at the start, which was around how do you prioritise? We're doing exactly the same. We've got a 10-year strategic asset plan in place at the minute. Asset data is key to everything. Understanding what your problem is, understanding what your prioritisation is, because you will have all come into your tenure as councillors with hopes and wishes and wants. No different to an academic and research facility that says, we need a new one of these. Build a business case. Come and tell me what the return on the investment is. That's me being commercially minded. But there's also empathy that needs to be created about educating, bringing on the youth, bringing on the people within your region. And part and parcel of that is actually developing a plan that can be met within your budget, within your available capital, that we then need to prioritise it. So the biggest thing for me just recently is prioritisation metrics. So that's what drives us. It meets your need. It doesn't meet all your need, but it meets part of your need. But it means that we've got a plan that people can understand. And it's no different to what the government's doing. There's soundbite stuff, there's fast track stuff, it's soundbite stuff, but it's also impacting local economies, local regions. So it's how do you fight back is the answer,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I mean, in terms of priorities, I'm not even sure whether we get to, we don't have a say in the decisions.
No, but you can't deliver something that supports a decision.
yeah, and I think too one of the issues is if we look at the, I think a lot of this stemmed from the fact that the price of housing has got so expensive. So we all know that it's very expensive to build houses in New Zealand. This current government has a Going for Growth program because they see in that if they allow more housing, it will help bring the prices down. That's the simple logic of what is it behind it. And in particularly in areas where there's been huge growth, then there's been massive delays in the past around resource management going through the process. So that's why it's being reformed. And to be fair, Labor had started that before that, so at least both sides are looking at it. So what we've got at the moment is a system that really doesn't work for anyone, neither the environment or the housing or the councils. I think the fast track they've put as a sort of interim measure, because I think Bishop was very concerned that with the changes coming with RMA, because development is such a long-term game, that it was all going to stop. That was the concern. Now the challenge you've got is you've got, in your area where you've got massive growth, so because not every council has got that, you've got the challenge of how to fund the infrastructure and how to keep pace with this. And you know, that is massive, because you're probably one of the few that have that real problem. And to me, it's part of the answer, going back to central government, is that there's got to be more money allocated to support the infrastructure and growth in councils, in high growth councils like you guys. But, you know, I know Bill Cashmore in Auckland has advocated, he was the previous deputy mayor for years, trying to get government to give them, you know, a share of the pie. And I know there's a little bit come through with a recent announcement, but it's not much. So it's, to me, it still comes back to that question of we're still quite disconnected in terms of how we're approaching it. And I understand where government's trying to go. They've got 3 years and he's trying to make a lot of change. But there's massive impact on local councils like you guys as well. And there's still big impact on the community, to the development community. So I suppose all I'm encouraging is, you know, because we want a faster process. The reality is the process that they go through now is so costly that it just adds more and more to the cost. Now, we need consenting. We're not about that. We need better planning, but we need a better process. So part of us is around, again, how do we get all the different parts working much better together?
Yeah, and it just needs to be a lot more holistic than
It does.
a pile-on of, this is my patch, I'm going to build this here.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let others ask questions.
Yeah,
now.
but
Thank you very much, though, for the answers.
They're good questions, and you know, these are not issues. You know, these are big fundamental issues, because, you know, I look at, say, the funding of infrastructure. That is a huge challenge for every council, and that is almost an inhibitor of growth. But when you've got people wanting to live there, if you don't allow for more growth, then you've got too much demand and not enough supply, and the prices go up. So, you know, there's consequences every which way you turn on this sort of stuff.
Denise.
Hi, thanks. I'll try to be polite. I'm finding what you're saying, that there's a big disconnect with what you're saying and what is happening here in Selwyn. I mean, you've touched on it. We have a district plan, which took, I think, 10 years to get that together and probably cost millions of dollars. And now we have Fast Track coming in that are building outside of the district plan. And our community are asking, why is this happening? And we're told that it's, you know, for the price of houses. We were told that 5 years ago there was a very big development happened, and we were told that it was to make affordable housing. Those houses are now the same price for half the size and half the section. So it's not affordable. We have no social housing in Selwyn. Again, I think that's a disconnect between what you're saying as a group and what is actually happening. And I also find that the similarities that you're talking about with an academic entity as a council that represents community, I find that you'll be very disconnected from reality. And that's probably not really a question, but I mean, you might want to answer some of that disconnection and how can we make this better going forwards for our community, because their rates are going up and up to pay for development that they haven't asked for.
So if, do you guys? So look, it's a challenge that a lot of the high growth cities are facing, because you've got more people that want to live in Rolleston that there are houses that are, so therefore, because do you, that's the thing is about the choices that you have are, you've got more people want to live here, which on one side is great, I presume, and or maybe you don't. No, and that's the challenge, because Rolleston has had such growth. I think if I just start with the social housing, I mean, at the end of the day, that is driven by Kāinga Ora, which is, we don't have any say in that, and I'm not. I know they've got quite substantial social housing in Christchurch. There was a lot that was rebuilt after the earthquake, but I'm not familiar with what is in your specific area of Selwyn. I don't know whether you've got some of the community housing providers that operate in this space.
And we have Kāinga Ora, I think there's about 60 houses.
Oh, okay, so you do have some social housing here, yeah. And, but, if you think there's more demand for social housing here, then I would have those discussions with Kāinga Ora. And also, I would have them with some of the community housing providers, because they tend to, if you think there's sort of areas of problems, say for example, they often do the wraparound ones, so they'll have, they might have specialist ones for the drug addiction or the alcohol or the ex-prisoners, or, there is quite a few of those. So if you think there's issues in that space, it would be worth talking to them to find out what their plans are, because KO have 10-year plans for their development. The community housing providers tend to be much smaller, but they will have plans to try and understand where there is need. So it's I mean, I wish I could give you all the solutions that you're asking for. The challenge is you've probably got, like in most places, a very mixed community. Some want development, some don't. Auckland's the classic where, you've got the younger ones want high density development because you get more affordable housing. The ones who own houses don't want that. But it's thinking about, what is the future? And if you do want...
Yeah. It's not about not wanting development, it's wanting it to be affordable for everyone who currently lives here.
Yes, so then if you touch on the affordable one, the challenge is what is affordable. And, if you look at the costs, so you've got your land and you've got your construction, and then on top of that, you've got all these other costs and costs and costs. So it's how, when I go back to that housing continuum, how do we create more affordable options? I remember Auckland, when they did the unitary plan, put in a special housing area. 10% of the houses had to be considered affordable. It didn't work because they didn't actually clarify what it meant.
Yeah, we haven't got a definition of affordable either.
And look, I've worked in the space, yet there still isn't, because sometimes people will say it's a fixed price, but then that might be for 2 bedrooms. That's not affordable for a 5-bedroom family. It might be, like an apartment, but that doesn't suit some people. So there is real challenges in this affordability space, and how do you get it? And then also, if you have local council or government schemes to encourage affordable, you've got to make sure the affordable bit is continued on, so that it's not just a windfall for the first person.
It's not an affordable one, day one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we've seen plenty of examples in that where there's some sort of subsidy, but then as soon as that first person sells it, it's not.
Yeah.
You've got, Kiwi Build. We won't go into the politics of Kiwi Build, but, that was trying to go something into
Well,
that.
we've been subsidising developers for quite a while, so, but it hasn't resulted in affordable housing still,
I think
unfortunately.
I think what Denise is, and she'll tell me if I'm wrong, is that it's the fact that development here is being offset by the general ratepayer, and that's been a big challenge for us, and also for our community, and us trying to do what we can to stop that happening with infrastructure phasing and whatnot. So it becomes unsustainable for our current residents having to pay for infrastructure for development.
We also had a presentation the other week that clarified that in development that we've got coming online, we've got 20 to 30 years worth of housing already
Yep.
in the pipeline.
Yep.
But now we have fast track on top of that. And you have to question why. And obviously Lydia's written to Minister Bishop, but I mean, one way of getting this noticed is by talking about it in a public forum like this, is that they don't seem to be listening. So it would be great if perhaps if you're in your advocacy work, you could perhaps include
Certainly
that.
ask.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
that's, no, I get the challenge. I think the other way to think it too is because there's a lot of work going on in that development contribution / development levies, and Chris Bishop's objective is in that review of growth pays for growth, but also in that Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, and whether there's alternative ways that that infrastructure can be funded over longer terms for specific projects. So I think there's a sort of a couple of avenues, but, you know, I get that the pressure that's on for councils. And I think you guys are, you know, one of the most challenged, I think, because you've just had such massive growth for, you know, in this area.
Yeah, thank you. Tracy?
Hi. Following on from Denise, but in a slightly different tone, I would just add to Denise's comment about we've been required to have housing capacity out for 30 years. And then yesterday we got a media release, lovely media release, from a philanthropist known as the Carter Group. And they've got a proposal for 3,000 new homes. So that's on top of. So it seems to me that what we need, and we will probably never get, because we probably need it in health and education too, as well as in development and housing, is a 30-year plan
Yeah.
with cross-party support,
Yes.
with 75% embedded, entrenched the legislation. So you need 75% of MPs to change it.
Yeah.
And then we might actually solve the problem. Interested to hear you talking about Auckland a lot there. I'm a Jaffugee. I lived in Auckland for 50 years. So I'm aware of the cycle repeating itself.
Yeah.
And what is happening, and I'm listening to you guys and my colleagues and reading press releases, and Auckland tried to plan over the 50 years I lived there, and then politically stuff came in and it sprawled. And it sprawled and it sprawled and it sprawled. And the nation and Auckland and others are outraged at the cost of the Central Rail. But I'm also old enough to remember when Mayor Robbie wanted light rail in the 70s and we didn't do it because it was too expensive. My point is that everybody's kicking the can down the road and everything's sprawling. And we are facing that here at the beginning, because these 3,000 houses and where they're going to go are going to try and connect Rolleston to Springston. And we are going down the sprawl route. And I will offer a defence for council, previous colleague, previous councillors and indeed staff, that I have seen over nearly 60 years, councils trying to do good planning,
Yeah.
trying to make livable spaces, trying to keep green spaces, and it gets overridden and overridden and overridden. There's no one group of baddies here.
No.
I come from a legal background, so I was a lawyer, so I understand about being in a profession where you all get tarred with the same brush. But I'm also old enough to know that it's always the lowest common denominator that causes the biggest problem, and that developers are no different, that most developers are people who are just trying to build buildings, make a living, and do all of that stuff. But my concern is the lowest common denominator. The reason we have regulations and the reason our laws and regulations get so twisted and twisted and twisted is because of low-level behaviour. And I just feel like there's a collision coming. I feel like there's a collision coming in Selwyn because we're sprawling and sprawling and sprawling and sprawling. And our biggest and amalgamating us into Christchurch won't change that. It will just grow Christchurch's sprawl quicker. And councils have been the whipping boy for 2.5 years of inadequacies and our inability to do things. But we are having sprawl on sprawl on sprawl piled onto us, then fast tracks, and then we are being asked, why are we not performing? Why are our staff not performing? Why are our planners not doing the right thing? Why are they sticking to the rules? I suspect our planners stick to check boxes because it's the quickest way to get through a huge workload. So yes, I'm speechifying and I apologise because it's a briefing, but I just think there's a collision coming, and it's been coming as for Auckland as long as I've been on the planet, and we are not learning from history. We are repeating it. And the people down here have been saying to me for a few years, and are still saying, that people want green spaces around our areas, but what we are doing here is closing them. The only other point I would make around the developments that I find confusing or a little bit difficult, and you can help me here, is it goes back a little bit to what John said earlier, is that when developers create developments and they come to council with the plan, so they've got the land, now we're at the consent stage, and they want to put in all these really neat green places in amongst everything and pathways, and they're lovely, and it will help sell the houses because people want to, it gets vested in council.
Yes.
And then we have to maintain it.
That's right.
And that is adding, and then we're going to get a rates cap. I get it. People want green spaces, but if council are the ones who go no more green spaces, because our ratepayers can't afford to maintain them once they're vested because it's adding and adding and adding, then we'll be the bad guys again. So I really love the idea of councils, developers and everybody all sitting in a room and working together. And I'd be open to being one of the people sitting in the room having the conversations. But it just never seems to happen. The pendulum just swings. We go from one extreme to the other. And the collision is all the people in between. If you've got thoughts on that, by all means, that way I'll feel like I asked a question.
Well, I think if I start with your 30-year plan, I think the longer-term planning, the better that we can get. And if we could fix the planning so we stop the flip-flopping, I think would be huge. And because that would provide a lot more certainty and continuity, and people are then clear on what's supposed to happen. But we don't have that yet. I think the Infrastructure Commission is trying to go down that route, and I hope that, I think that would be really good for the country if we could get that sort of long-term plan. The challenge on sprawl, and I think, Christchurch is slightly unique because it's basically been rebuilt after the earthquake, and, since then so much moved this way. There's always that argument, and everybody has such different opinions as to going out versus going up. So if you don't go out, you've got to go up. And I don't know how the community would feel in Rolleston about going up to sort of try and stop that sprawl. And, if you lived in Auckland, you know that they had the metropolitan urban limit, and that ended up being a really artificial thing, which caused a lot of problem on prices and drove house prices up. So it's a challenging one. The bigger issue I see is that at the end of the day, it's driven a lot by the community, because the community elect local councillors and central government politicians, and you just have such a mixture. A lot of people don't want development at all, if they already own a house and they like where they're living. But those who don't own a house or don't have somewhere to live or struggle, getting on the ladder, they want development. And that's been a perennial problem. If you've lived in Auckland, I remember somebody telling me years ago that, when they went from that quarter-acre section, because that's what my parents used to own, to halving that was massive, So every time we change it, every time we go smaller, we just have such varying views, and I don't know how to solve that one. About the green spaces, if I know they come vested back, and I've heard that a lot about a problem from council. If it didn't come to you, where could it go as an alternative? Because the only other model is, if you think about the type body corporate type things with the residents associations where they manage common areas. I don't know how you could do that, but whether on bigger communities you could do that, and that would be embedded with that particular community rather than vesting back into council.
I don't know what the answer is.
No.
But I know that with rates caps and
Yes.
community sentiment, us getting more and more things to look after and pay for
Yeah.
is going to be harder and
Yeah.
harder to manage. And at some point, I just wonder if what will happen with some developments or others, its council may get a directive from its council staff may get a directive from its council laws to say, tell them we can't support the infrastructure. And that will get us a fight with
The government.
central government,
Yeah.
because there's a little line in there about you can't refuse infrastructure on capacity grounds or something like that in the Local Government Act. But at some point, we have to just go, actually,
Yeah.
no, we can't do it anymore. So, I don't know what the answer is. I hoped you would have it.
Yeah, I wish I had it too, but I mean, but it highlights the complexity of these issues from every which way you look at it.
Could I just also add to your final point around your pendulum swing, and it's a real concern from us as a committee in the South Island, and a valid concern. As a committee, we recently changed our regional priority to increase with our stakeholder engagement. It's why we're here. It's why we had Bob come and talk to us a few weeks ago. We've met with you guys as a council advocating for various pieces. So I really encourage you guys to keep up that stakeholder engagement and let's try and reduce that swing and have it a centralised piece in the swing. I don't know what the physics terminology is, but let's keep up that stakeholder engagement. You can put your concerns down, the private community can put theirs in, the universities, everybody, all of those guys. We're keen to help in that space.
I was just wondering too, have you ever had Chris Bishop come and speak to you guys?
I think you'll find he's pretty busy at the moment.
No, I know, but I just, I just wonder whether,
Well, I've written to him on the fast track,
yeah,
and we'll
When all the councils meet to give us 5 minutes for Head Start.
we'll see how the response goes on that. And
I might,
look, we would really welcome further.
well, if we can do anything, I'm happy to mention it to him.
Great.
Because I'm quite genuine about it.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't mind the hard time, but I just think again it would be good to hear from him. I mean, I know he comes every year to our. We have a number of conferences, but one is our residential development one, and we get both Chris and Karen McAnulty come every year, and he gets quite a lot of questions from the floor, and again, not all in agreement because we're a very broad church as well, but he does front up, and I think I'll see if I can add a little bit and suggest he comes.
Thanks. We might go to Big Red and then to Reece.
That was going to be one of my questions. Was as leaders and you guys and advocates, what is your relationship like with government? So yeah, it's good, and the reason for that, I sort of wear a few hats, but this is actually a good presentation. It's probably one of the best I've seen. But for people looking at this here, and I don't know if these numbers how true they are in Auckland, but Reece would pay 1.1 to live in that house that far from the beach. Probably pay 2.2. So when you go to 2.2, there's another 100K on the bottom of every house that they've got to find. So that's actually a real scenario that developers are dealing with when they not even competing amongst developers, but competing amongst people up there who just want to live on a big section. But coming back to the housing issue, I've listened, we've all listened to every government. It's not left or right.
No.
oh, we're going to make it more affordable, we're going to make it more affordable, more affordable. Now, my kids grew up in a house that had double glazing, insulation in the walls, insulation in the ceilings, everything, And I look around the room, and I don't want to single you out, John, but like John probably grew up in a house that had wooden windows, single glazing, and wooden floor, and it was probably drafty. But and I'm actually lucky. We're grateful that you're still with us today, mate. And you actually didn't, you managed to survive a childhood growing up in such an old house. But it comes back to the issue with ministers. You go, oh, we're going to make housing more affordable. We're going to do this here, more affordable. We're going to build houses are going to be more affordable. Like you could actually put it together. It's every day in Auckland. You say, you sit back and I go, the 91 building codes come in, and it replaced a cheap way that you could build a house from there through processes now where you've got to have God knows how many inspections. Sam would be able to tell us around when you build a house. And every time there's a different minister or a different change of government, or even like Master Build, they come in with these wonderful ideas.
Yep.
But the wonderful ideas are at what cost? I know a joker that just had a fire put in a 2-bedroom house last week. Part of the consent was 5 smoke alarms. Now, once again, safety, I get it.
Yep.
But it's not just $5, $15, $20 smoke alarms from Mitre 10. It's 5 $80 smoke alarms that come to a cost of $400 just for 5 smoke alarms that are the Bluetooth fancy ones that connect to each other. And you can throw this across every scenario of double glazing, H1 building code. Every time the government come up with these wonderful ideas around going, oh, this is going to be great, people are going to benefit from it, they're going to be warmer, drier, healthy homes is another one, healthy homes, and at what cost is it on the person, on the local government, on the local council, and then on the local government? And then to monitor everything we've talked about with all the changes since 91, it takes now the 100,000 people to monitor it throughout the country. So then you've got to open the floodgates for immigration for 100,000 people plus the families, and then they all come in and then they create the house. So at what point does the government actually wake up and realise they're the ones actually creating this vicious circle around housing unavailability and housing unaffordability?
Yep.
There we go. So that's
I grew up
just
in a
good
house similar, and
conversation.
it was frost on the duvet.
Yeah. So one of the biggest challenges with housing is it is a political issue, and it is a political football for every time we have an election. And it doesn't matter which party is in power. And what tends to happen is that they will come up with some silver bullet type solution. So if you think about Labor, it was Kiwi Build, right? 100,000 homes. And they're doing that because that is currently our election process. They've got to get it across to people, and it's those simple sound bites, which I'm sure you guys all understand. The thing that I don't see, and I've played in this space, so when you asked me about that collective impact and I shared that, I launched that in 2016 after spending quite a bit of time in central government and realising that central government is not going to solve housing. Doesn't matter who's in power, because it's got a too short a time frame that it's looking at, and it's too politically impacted by changes. And so, that whole solution was a longer term one, regardless of who was in power, and it was to be driven by data, evidence-based reporting, and taking the community on the journey. I'd spent 2 years off my own bat as my philanthropic contribution to the city, talking about that solution. I spoke at 45 different conferences. We did lots of work trying to bring all the groups together. We'd get Auckland Council, the Deputy Mayor was supportive, and then that would change, and then we'd get central government supporting it, and then you had a change, and then that person didn't want to support it because they wanted to be the white knight on the horse saving the world. So I've lived this for years, because I think it's such an important issue. And despite all the talking, and I've seen some improvements, so you get some improvements coming in with various parties, but no one's still looking at the whole system. And that is the problem. If we cannot get everyone looking at the whole system, we're going to be saying these same issues in another few years' time. You asked me about our engagement with central government. We do a lot of engagement with central government, and we are very clearly apolitical, so we work with all the political parties. We probably spend more time with Labor when they're in opposition, because we spend a lot of time with National when they were in opposition. Where we've tried to position ourselves is to be that trusted advisor, so that we are giving advice much earlier and giving feedback from the sector much earlier. They don't always listen, okay? Just like with you guys, they don't always listen to us. But we are there trying to do the right thing, and we've worked hard to build trusted relationships. So we do have good relationships with Bishop, with Chris Pink, with Kieran McAnulty, with Arena Williams, and with David Seymour and others, trying to provide a longer term view on some of these challenges on behalf of the sector. But like I said, just like with you, they don't always listen, but we try very hard, and we've got an amazing team that works hard to try and build that and trying to get good advice.
Reece.
Great. Trying to keep it really quick. Tracy's point, well, actually, Tom, thank you for hearing from you. I was going to ask you a question just to get you involved. But Tracy speechified 60 years of Auckland. You, in your introduction, you said that you were part of the strategic management of that amalgamation.
Yes.
Stepping out of track a wee bit here.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the way that Auckland's gone and how it's come about and where we are today?
Yeah, so I'll probably just take my property council hat off, and I'll put.
I appreciate it's a different question.
Yeah, and I'll put my consultant hat on and give you some feedback. So as I mentioned, I was responsible for the property side of the amalgamation of the 7 councils. I never worked in the public sector before I did the amalgamation, so it was like being an alien on a foreign planet, and so I learnt a lot. But if I look at it now, and most of my perspective is probably from a property perspective, but also as a ratepayer in Auckland, I think the benefits have outweighed the negatives. If I look from a property, we've got one big unitary plan instead of 7. We don't have councils suing each other over property matters, which was happening in Auckland. So you'd have Auckland Regional Council suing one of the other councils. We've got consistent planning. It's not perfect, but there's a lot more consistency. You've got one register of building products. Things are easier to get planned. If I look at it from a sort of some of the asset management, that is much better overall. The strategies around facilities. So, for example, before that, each of the councils had their own stadiums, so they weren't well coordinated. You're laughing. So, there is definitely some improvement. I don't think they've seen the drop in the number of staff that they thought that they would have.
My next question. Yeah.
And I think for some of the rural, the more rural spaces further out, I don't think that some of them have been as happy. But I think from a coordinated approach to the growth of the city, I would certainly still like that in preference to the 7 councils that was there before.
So you mentioned that keep your council occupied properties versus your rental properties, and you talk about stadiums and facilities, etc. Managed separate. So I was going to ask about those staffing numbers, like those sorts of things. I guess go back to the holistic feel of the table here and what we are dealing with.
Yeah.
There's a lot of directives that don't add up. They don't make sense that any amalgamation is going to create. You actually end up with more people that then want to put PAs in and cover themselves because they're now dealing with so much more and all the rest of it. So is it the case? Is it saving money? There's only 3 things, right?
Yeah.
Money,
Yep.
It all comes back to that. But the staff numbers, the money, and the efficiency, and you're telling me you believe there's more efficiency. You're clarifying that.
Yes, definitely.
But the staffing numbers and the costs haven't, with the amalgamation up there, and from what we see, I'm asking whether that's happened, and that's the story we're being sold from central government for our amalgamation. I'm making some similes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if amalgamation in Auckland was imposed, but I still believe, 15 years down the track, it was a good decision. And I would stand by that. I think when you guys are now considering it, to me, there's a few key things. It's got to improve your strategic planning so that you take a much broader view of the planning for the city. It's got to improve your infrastructure delivery and how you fund that. And also it's got to improve regional economic performance. That to me would be the baselines of why you'd want to do it. Because I don't think you can just say it's right for every council to amalgamate throughout the country. Because, some of the things that I did see was, some councils bought debt and some didn't. Some bought assets and some didn't. So, it wasn't, I can't comment on whether it's right for you guys to amalgamate with Christchurch. I can certainly see some benefits, but
That wasn't the question.
I'm sure there's some challenges. But, the things like if you come back to that 30-year plan you were talking about for infrastructure, at what level do we do that planning? And at what size and scale? So, that to me is the thinking behind the planning. If you're thinking about infrastructure planning for Christchurch and Selwyn, would that be improved by doing it as one whole? And could you do it without amalgamating? I mean, to me, that is a question.
It certainly is. And so healthy homes, great that Big Red brought up John, because there was lead paint in those days too. So Lydia, I'm glad that we all made it.
Yeah.
So, and that just comes back to that. I sit here and I hear one thing and you get the other, and there's all the push and pulls. But, when we're talking about healthy homes and we're doing everything, health and safety equals cost. Doesn't matter what it is. And we're always going to get to protecting renters, and there's all the good sides of it. But Red has some great points there on taking practicality within this versus running off down the track to try and please everybody. So really at the end of the day, there's no free lunches, and we're all talking about costs, and you sit here and in your presentation it was about less commissions and property prices dropping. Kind of lost me there, to be honest, because I went, when has that happened? And it's certainly not our case here, right?
Yeah, no, it is in Auckland actually.
But you know what I'm,
Yeah. No,
So,
I know what you mean.
But it's an anomaly, right?
Yeah.
And we can always look at the minority to put it into a majority. But yeah, every new policy, it's going to cost us. And I 100%, when we talk about that government point and where we go with the government, it doesn't matter whether it was left or right. The new government needs to sweat the assets and the policies that we have and actually be brighter with what we've got, instead of creating a new AI car to drive this country.
Yeah.
We need to get into something. But sorry, that's central versus local.
There's a lot of things that can be improved. And if you just take something like Healthy Homes again, the objective is right. I went to Lincoln and I flattered in a really gungy place, which is probably even worse than what you grew up in as a student, but you just put up with it. But now you can't do that. And so that's fine. But, it's one of those things. Most landlords would provide a good property for rent. It's that small number that don't. And so, someone's got on that bandwagon and they've passed it. Interesting, this isn't being recorded, is it? Because interesting...
It is.
Oh, okay. I might not say that again. Just about that some in central government didn't meet the Healthy Homes deadlines. But I won't say that. So, yes. Yes. So it's But you're right, you know, a lot of these things are coming from lots of different angles. You know, if you look at the Greens and some of their policies and what they're advocating for, they are often coming from one perspective. You know, one of theirs at the moment, or at some stage, was around rent control. And, you know, so if you take rent control, if you think about putting rent control in and what the ramifications are, if you're the current tenant, you're fine, but that will just stop a whole lot of other things. So, and reduce the supply. When the previous government removed depreciation, landlords got out and the rents actually went up. And they didn't, you know, so anything you do, that's why it comes back to it's looking at all the levers that we have to pull, but understanding what the consequences will be and trying to ensure that the levers that are pulled will get the outcomes that we want, because sometimes we get a lot of unintended consequences that people aren't aware of. Yeah. Yes.
Cool. We might keep it quick.
Yeah.
Please.
I was just going to speak to the point around Minister Bishop speaking to us. Just to note that he has occasionally spoken to LGNZ as a group, and sometimes he comes down here to the zone meetings. I haven't been to any for the last year, but that is where, if we ever get an engagement, that is the level that we have. They do not come to councils.
Okay.
In fact, I don't think it'd even come to Christchurch, who aren't part of LGNZ anymore.
Right.
And we have asked, I have asked him at those meetings questions, and I know other members of previous councils and probably Lydia as well, various things around all of these meaty topics that we've got going on. The assurance is always there. Yeah, no, everything's fine. They've got the formulas or whatever, but they've also got the Treasury and the Cabinet discretion. And I think that's where we end up getting frustrated that, yeah, it's somebody else's definition of what is fine and constitutes the thriving community, rather than the local community going, this is where we're at. And that's not even half the time being NIMBYs. We just want the place to look like a nice town that we want to live in.
Yeah.
Because we're the ones who have to keep living here, as I'm sure you all get.
Thanks, Sophie. Last one, Denise.
Okay, I'll be quick. Because obviously you're about development. Do you do anything around old houses? I know we've had a bit of a joke at John's expense, which seems unkind because he probably grew up in a really nice house. You know, I live in a 160-year-old house, and it's looked after, and it's warm. I'm not dying. It's all fine.
Yep.
There's a lot of houses out there that you know we could look after. We've got rates assistance coming through to help people, you know, to make them livable. Do we just have to get rid of everything that's old and make new stuff?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can comment after me, but certainly not. You know, we've got a number of our developers that specialise in older and heritage buildings, and they have a passion for upgrading. I think so it's again getting clear on what is constituted as heritage and is important to save. I think the danger becomes if there's sort of mass overlays, where we've seen in some councils they've just said, right, this whole suburb is now heritage. That can create unintended consequences. But yes, I think we need to keep some of the older stuff. That is our heritage.
Not even heritage, you know, just your average houses, you know, that people live in. Not everyone has to live in a new house.
That's right. There's nothing
developed a culture in Selwyn that everyone seems to have a new house, but we don't need that.
No, because there's plenty of the older houses. If you refurbish, they are fine for a longer time. I suppose the challenge here is because it was so small until after the earthquake. You've just had such massive growth, and so much of the housing is new, and it's quite similar. You know, 4 and 5 bedrooms and things like that. But no, you know, I think you need variety in a community. You don't want all the same type of housing because you've got lots of different people who want different needs and different ages and stages, and
we've created rather an artificial society with the housing that we've got. So we definitely do need smaller houses and units and apartments and what have you. Thanks.
As a asset owner of housing that comes from, buildings that come from the 1800s right through to 2026, Yeah, we've got lots of issues with some of our student property, and some of those that Leonie mentions we've probably still got, but they've just been updated.
Yep.
But so yeah, I agree with you. I mean, adaptive reuse of property is probably one of the key objectives of any university. But there's also there's a point in time where it becomes cost prohibitive, and you actually have to say, hence why we're building a new catered hall and we're going to demolish 6 other halls. Is because you have to do it. You have to get to a point where we can't keep throwing millions and millions of dollars in maintaining properties that are no longer capable of being the right outcome for the students of the future. So it's one of those things where you have to weigh up the pros and cons of each return on investment, and in some cases they're absolute positives and they're great outcomes, and others they're just not going to be cost prohibitive. So you have to make that call. But you can build back, and what you build back is more efficient and is more modern and has got better uses. So, yeah, there are opportunities to do both and to manage both. And yeah, certainly at Lincoln University, we're having to do that to meet the needs. So it's,
Thanks.
I do think as somebody who I deal in that costs blue box there, and so I do a lot of feasibilities on on all property, including those older properties. It does end up being cost prohibitive a lot because of it being accentuated by the earthquakes. So in a non-Canterbury region, you'll find that it works out a lot more feasible, more cost effective to do such a thing. But here, due to the situation, so it does feel like the culture has changed a bit in the property ownership, property development, ownership side, is that the new is better, and it does remove a bit of that that sort of that heritage feel, that sort of nice diverse feeling of all the different property ages. Which, I would my take on it.
I've got Sam.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in here as a builder. The metrics for measuring whether or not healthy homes has actually been a success would be in respiratory illness reduction, which it hasn't really shown. The irony is that we're building well sealed, beautifully insulated homes, and now they're not venting properly. And a lot of the time we read and hear about landlords getting grumpy at tenants for not airing out their bathroom or whatnot, and it's it's actually the way we're designing things. I actually think that there's a beautiful home is a weatherboard one that's able to breathe. They smell drier, they smell warmer, they stay, in my opinion, they hold up to earthquakes better than a lot of the modern stuff. So I just wanted to sort of touch in on that if healthy homes was so amazing, well, we would have seen a direct correlation with healthy outcomes. Also, the fact that it actually restricted the housing supply. A lot of people who couldn't be bothered upgrading their properties just went to Airbnb. They're happy, they're making more, but we lowered the number of houses in the housing market. Knee-jerk reactions regarding housing sometimes have an impact. Much like property management on rentals, well, where does that money come from? The renter. But everybody sees it as a glowing, wonderful, wonderful thing. You mentioned that you could see advantages for amalgamating with Christchurch. As a development group, I can understand what that would be. Just wanted to grab onto the tail of that and say the benefit would only benefit Christchurch from what I'm seeing. There is no advantage to Selwyn doubling, if not tripling, its debt per household in our district. To carry an extra $20,000 per household worth of assets, but to increase our debt from $225 million to the portion of inheriting $3.5 billion.
You don't have to answer that.
No, it's not. It's just.
I understand the challenge.
It's just being stated. But I can understand from a.
Sam's on his horse.
Yeah. On my high horse. Yeah. I'll need a leg up to get on off this high horse. But yeah, just to clarify, for for the people in Selwyn,
Yeah.
the advantages are minimal. But for Christchurch residents, it would be great if we all took their mortgage over. Yeah.
And,
Thank you.
look, I'm sure there's a lot of details in that.
We're working
are-
through a
are
fair bit
quite-
at the moment.
Yeah. I was just going to
If you
add
can't
to your comment that one of the challenges in Auckland now is that there's a complaint that the houses are too hot.
Yeah. And then they're sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think we're going to have leaky home syndrome 2.0,
Yeah.
which is ironic because they're too well sealed.
Too well sealed.
And this passive transfer is going to bite. Pretty much. And then wondering why it smells like a fridge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does Elizabeth have anything to add?
Thank you for asking me, Samuel. I think probably my only question left after all that fabulous discussion from everybody else is around, do you have any exemplary not-for-profits that are doing a really good job in the social housing space that we could look at as the kind of model that you would consider as a good way to go forward?
So if I look at some of the independent ones, you've got ones like the New Zealand Housing Foundation, and their model is shared ownership. So they fund. So what that means is, so it's not renting totally. They support people who can't buy a house outright, and they provide, I think it's 40 or 60% of the capital. So the person buys part of the house, and then over time they can buy them out. So it just is another way for people on lower incomes to buy a house and get onto that. So that's Housing Foundation. So that's a shared ownership community housing provider. You've got Habitat for Humanity. You've got others. There's quite a few of the church groups. You've got Wise Group, who are doing great things. The Vision West, which is associated with one of the larger church groups. But you've also got in Christchurch, and I've just forgotten the name, it's slipped my mind. Yeah, Otataki.
Otatahi Community Housing
Yes,
Trust.
so because that is the previous mayor's wife, so runs that. Her name slipped my mind. Anyway, so there are some really good examples where they've, because of the way the government funding works, the council can't get IRRS, the income-related rent support, if they remain in council. So a lot of the councils have partnered, and so there's been some really good outcomes. I've seen that they've done some good work. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, he's smiling, so maybe he doesn't agree, but yeah.
Thank you. I don't think we need to go through the exercise. You
No,
can
no,
probably
no,
see
it's
that
fine.
development is,
It's fine. We've sort of probably covered a lot in the discussion.
and I think the Q&A's actually been really insightful.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you letting us have a bit of a download as
No,
to
look.
what is going on for us. But I think it's
Yeah.
also important that the Property Council hear from
We do.
us into the complexity that we sit in
Yep.
in this space, so that there is an awareness of that. But I think unless you've got any closing remarks, I might just leave it where it is.
Yeah, no,
if
look,
that's
just
okay.
thank you for the opportunity. Look, we get, from every side and perspective, this is complex. And so I think these sort of things are positive and healthy.
Yeah.
So thanks for the opportunity.
Cool. Thank you very much. Councillors, we might just put a 15-minute break in there, and then we've got Selwyn Water Limited here to give us an update. Cool. All right, welcome back everyone. Next up we have an update from Selwyn Water Limited. So happy to hand over to you, Alex, whenever you're ready.
Good morning everyone. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yep.
Good morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again for an update on our on the last quarter. This update covers the period till the end of June. The full quarterly report will be provided to Council by the end of the month. I think it goes to the Finance Committee. So we'll see you again there. Today we want to just take you through the key highlights, the progress that has been made in the focus areas as we move from an establishment phase into a more mature state of more maturity as an organization. And I think last time we were at the Finance Committee, we talked about that process. So it's pleasing to see that we're still on track as per our kind of agreed plans. While much effort has been focused on completing the transition, this period have also seen a number of key documents delivered, like the Water Services Delivery Plan. But the point that I always remind the team and when we engage with the stakeholders is that whilst all of this is happening, we still manage to deliver services to the community. We are the only of the CCOs that have been established that is fully operational. So as well as the establishment activity, we are delivering services and managing operations. So would like to note that is through the work that the operations team, the project team, the work we do together with the council that has allowed us to get to this point, and I think that's something we all can be very proud of. In terms of the highlights for the quarter, at a glance, the last few months have been about putting together the foundations for the new organization while continuing to deliver essential services. We have completed the water strategy and the significance and engagement policy that followed a fairly extensive engagement, and I would like to thank the councillors and the council staff for their support through that process. It was really insightful. I think we met all of you, came and joined different sessions, and it was really good to kind of work in true partnership as we deliver, hopefully enhancement and enhancing services to the community. So thank you for that. The documents provides that initial starting point, and we'll continue to work alongside you all for the new long-term plan and a new water strategy that will be coming to effect in 12 months' time. Another major achievement has been the launch of our direct customer billing on the 1st of July. This one of the largest and more complex components of the process. We had a couple of minor issues, but I think in general everything worked in the way it's supposed to work. There were some IT glitches and all that kind of stuff that you expect, but overall I think that that worked well. We're also pleased to report that the transition program remains on track, as mentioned. This is the plan that we put together in 2025. It did feel a bit of a stretch at the time, but again, just talking about the team, and this is not just the kind of the project team. This is the business as usual team. The guys are delivering our core services. We're still on track and quite and more confident about our ability to deliver the whole program on time. Alongside this, we have been strengthening the monitoring of our capital delivery program, which was something we discussed before. we have aligned the kind of financial monitoring with the activity, the kind of the day-to-day activities, and we got some more clarity around that. That's also available publicly. That's one of the things the community have asked us to they wanted more transparency, so there's something that they can see and monitor, and we will continue to enhance that over the coming months. And final point I would like to make is that the engagement with community, with Mana Whenua, with the regulators, and of course with our key stakeholders, including the council, continues to be quite strong, and I think that's something that I'm very proud of. There were some concerns, you will all remember, right at the beginning, that Selwyn Water might operate in isolation. I think we have taken that on board and tried to be well aligned and connected to all the key players within the region. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to the team for a. No, I won't. I will just talk about the focus, which is what I reported to you, I think, at the last Finance Committee. So we are continuing to work through transition and establishment activities. We are resolving some transitional issues, such as the improving our asset information and data and the quality of that, addressing some compliance issues that we have identified, and we are working together with those key players to make sure we have a pragmatic approach to deal with this, and that we also set up new expectations as to how we want to be working in the future. And our business as usual has not been disrupted through all of this, which is, again, something worthwhile noting given the size and complexity of the implementation plan. Now I will hand over to my colleagues for the rest of the presentation. I'll talk to you at the end again.
Operationally, our focus continues to be on providing safe drinking water and reliable wastewater services. We continue to operate using a multi-barrier approach to drinking water safety and have maintained ongoing improvements in monitoring, controls and operational oversight. A significant area of work has been improving the data integrity and strengthening operational systems. Better information supports better decisions and improves our ability to plan for the future. We've also been implementing a new land development process that provides a clearer and more streamlined pathway from capacity assessments through to engineering approval and finally asset handover, which has been a big change for us. This work helps improve consistency, transparency and the customer experience for developers while ensuring long-term network performance, so better all-round approach. In the capital and compliance space, this quarter we've strengthened how we manage the capital programme. A capital programme steering group has been established to provide greater oversight and prioritisation and governance of investment decisions. We've consolidated the inherited programme into a single structured programme, providing clearer visibility of programme status, delivery risk and future priorities. We've also improved transparency by increasing visibility of planned projects through our website and introducing more standardised reporting and asset lifecycle frameworks. From a compliance perspective, we've been pleased to report that all required compliance reporting has been submitted within the required timeframes and reflects the growing maturity of our systems and processes and helps provide the confidence in our ability to meet increasing regulatory expectations.
So people, health and safety. So none of this happens without our people. So we continue to complete the completion of the systems, processes and capability needed to support direct customer billing in our ongoing operations. We're deliberately reducing our reliance on contractors and building more capability in-house. On health and safety, we've completed an independent review which confirmed a strong safety culture and real commitment from leadership. There's an improvement program underway across reporting, contract management and governance visibility. Health and safety will continue to be a key focus as we grow and mature as an organisation. From our financial position, our spending still reflects a front-loaded investment phase driven by those three focus areas that Alex mentioned before. While this investment has been front-loaded, it's important to view it in the context of the long-term outcomes we are seeking to achieve. The work we're undertaking now reduces future operational and regulatory risk, strengthens organisational capability, improves the quality of our planning and decision making, and supports sustainable service delivery for our community. There's a detailed finance performance report that will be provided as part of the finance and performance update to Council on the 12th of August.
Looking ahead, we have a number of priorities, which I think we have discussed previously and align well with the direction that was agreed. First, we want to understand our assets better, so we are doing some asset condition evaluation assessments. We are trying to reduce the backlogs. We are progressing the wastewater capacity options analysis in a business case. We know that is top priority for the region. And we are working with, as I said, regulators, including the Commerce Commission on disclosures. Secondly, we continue to build capability. We are developing KPIs and a budget framework, a roadmap that take us from this kind of establishment phase into the optimization that we are aiming to achieve. Thirdly, we continue to work. We want to continue to work with the council on building trust with the community, aligning our plans with their long-term plan and our future water strategy, as mentioned earlier. Key to kind of progressing that relationship with Ta'a Mutu and the community more broadly. And fourth, we are focusing on finding efficiencies. As a newly established organization, there are still opportunities to improve on how we work. We'll continue to refine our processes, reduce cost, and unlock some of the productivity that would allow us to kind of get more from the resources we already have. This brings us to the end of the presentation, but would like now to hand over to you for questions or any points of clarification.
Thank you for coming in today, giving us a bit of a high level before finance and performance meeting in August, where we'll have a bit more detail. I think there's questions from councillors, and so first up we have Tracy.
Thanks, Alex and team. The thing that's been a little bit front of mind today is development in the previous session, and we obviously have fast tracks, and I just wanted to ask you broadly, not specifically, but broadly, does Selwyn Water Limited feel that it is well placed to provide infrastructure to the fast tracks that are coming through? And I know there was quite a big one announced yesterday, and I know that they haven't yet been passed, but we obviously have to think as though they might be. And so I'm just wondering how the fast tracks are fitting into your planning, and if you are feeling any particular pressure points.
If we start with the pressure points, yes, that's the easy answer. This level of kind of growth, I mean, as you know, we have been discussed before. I mean, it's the fastest in the country. Without the fast tracking process, it was already challenging. So with the fast track, it would only make it more challenging. We do, want to enable that growth. We think that that if we can manage that well, that there's lots of opportunities for the community. There's economic activity. There's a whole bunch of benefits that you get. It's a good problem to have, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Do we have all the tools and the answers right now? The answer is no. Yeah, that's why we need to wait. It's not the first time you will hear me saying this, Tracy, but wastewater capacity is one of those things that is top of mind for me. And it's not just having the financial or the access to the funding to do this. It will take some time for us to build the capacity and to build a network that can support that. So, and at the same time, we don't want the current residents to struggle with things. So it's, as I said, it's a problem. It's a good problem to have, one that we are actively working on, one that we'll be working with the council in terms of making sure that we align well with kind of the direction of travel that you set. But we do want to be an enabler rather than a barrier. So perhaps ask me in August again, Tracy. I might give you a better answer. But it is the one thing that probably keeps me awake at night.
Denise.
Hi. Probably repeating what Tracy said, I think. It's great that we've reviewed the backlog, and I have to say the customers I've had issues with, you've been really great at helping them straight away, so that's been amazing. With the fast track, do we have, and this is a question for Steve as well, which I was going to put in later, because we know that three quarters of them do get the go-ahead, so do we have any idea of the cost implications of this going ahead?
No, short answer is no. I mean, we don't know how many of those, are in the pipe. I mean, we do know of some, and the team has been providing some feedback, and the feedback is kind of similar to what I just repeated to you, where we're saying, yes, we can support this, but not right now, and maybe there needs to be some time, conditions applied to this.
Yeah.
In terms of the how we're dealing with the current customers, which I think is the other point you make. Yes, we'll need to streamline those processes so that we can better support them.
Yeah.
But
you've been great.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the with the finances and charges and what have you, and this is more from people that have contacted me, is there any way that we can speed up any mechanisms to help growth pay for growth at all? And again, that's a question for you and Steve.
I'll do my bit, and then Steve, I'm sure. We are. I mentioned that we are working on some looking really deeply at this wastewater infrastructure and capacity issue. The long-term plan, or the old long-term plan, had envisaged an $80 million investment over 10 years to increase capacity. We know that won't be sufficient, but we are very aware that we need to look at affordability and some options to ensure that any of that growth is not going to be just all carried by the current ratepayer. So the business case that we are developing will be very aware of that, and hopefully come up with some good options to mitigate the impact on the community. And that's a challenge that you set for us at the beginning.
Well, we've got the challenge too, which is why I was asking Steve.
Yeah, so I think similarly to Alex and the way he's articulated that problem, we will be looking at development contributions and how that maps into our long-term plan up against the fast-track proposals that we are aware about. And I think also, and there's a briefing a bit later today around the other revenue streams that have becoming available through central government, and also advocating to central government, such as the change to the Rating Act, to enable districts like ours who are experiencing this growth to have the right funding tools in place to actually afford it, so it doesn't just fall down onto the one or two funding tools we've got, but we can spread it across more. So I think certainly a work in progress. And to Alex's previous answer to your first question, Denise, I think we've got the same challenges of understanding what the cost of these things are when they're coming in and the process they're coming in on. It is quite hard to forecast at the pace these are happening. Our regional spatial planning approach, I think, is one of the other opportunities this council will have within the term of this council to actually put a bit of a clearer picture about where our growth has to be, and I think what we've learnt is being really clear about the staging and the timing of these works and these developments, so that council has a stronger position to provide feedback back to both our development community in partnership with them, but also to share that with the wider community and the government as well.
Yeah, hopefully we get the chance to do that and we're not just fast-tracked into oblivion, which is unfortunate. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
I think the other thing is, that it leads me into the conversation of how important it was, the one-year water services strategy, to give that breathing space
for us.
I think it's great that and then we can align them next year.
Yeah, and a lot of that phasing is actually going to be really important around the affordability for our people in our community. So it's going to be a big body of work, and wish you all the best, Selwyn Water. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Denise, you can carry on. Reece.
Thank you. Yep, good high level. It'll be good to see some of the detail. So you're an online customer feedback form. So I see you've got a complaints and you've got or make a comment or whatever. So people are just they have to sign up and then create a password and get in. They can't just go in and do it. Is that the requirement? How does that work?
So we've got a portal called My Water, which is what you were referring to. And as part of that, we've got a series of forms on it. And when a customer goes in there and fills out one of those forms, it automatically generates the data which flows through to the system. So that is our preferred way in which we'd ask customers to put in their information, but that doesn't suit every customer. So we've got an ability for customers to phone in. We've got an ability for customers to also email us on our Hello inbox as well, and then a real live person will ring them back and talk to them as well. So there's opportunities across the board around how our customers might like to engage with us, and we're doing continued work on a website just to update and clarify those channels of communication for the community as well. So that website it gets updated quite frequently. Yeah.
Okay. And I was just interested in the feedback. You know, we've got good feedback and engagement. How's that going? How are we judging that?
Yeah. So at the moment, a good portion of the feedback's coming through on the inbox, and so we're resolving issues as they arise, and then we're pulling themes out, and then we're using that to inform the updates that we do. But one of the things that is critically important to us is closing the loop. So if a customer is raising an issue with us, how are we going back to the customer and letting them know that we've changed something or we've resolved the issue that they've raised with us? So that's still a work in progress, but at the moment that's working really well. And one of the things that Nisha's got on her list of things to do is how we can establish even more of a feedback loop for our customers as well.
And that's more from that phone call in, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
The business case stuff on the wastewater, just touching on that. The expansion, are you envisioning that you'll need land acquisition for that?
Again, business cases underway. I suspect that if we are treating, more wastewater, we will need to improve some of the facilities we have, but potentially add some more. And based on the what we know about the fast tracking process and the volume of new development in the region, I think it's likely that we will need second plant, or that we will need a bigger plant, and all of that will probably require some additional land.
Cool. So at this stage, we're at strategy, or we're at feasibility, or where is that at?
A bit of both. We got a draft that's ready for review, and then once we complete that, then we will circulate that to the board, and I'm pretty sure we'll have a workshop with the council on some of those options, so it's imminent. I mean, we've been aware of this since the kind of very beginning of Selwyn Water. When we start looking at capacity, we realized that it was tight, and with everything that we have learned since, it might have kind of escalated that. So that's the number one priority, is to find some options. But what we didn't want to do, and again goes back to the task that you gave us before, is just say, right, okay, we need additional capacity, so that's just going to be a straight cost back to the community. We want to look at some innovative ways of dealing with this, so it doesn't necessarily reflect on higher rates for the community. We want to look at what does paying for growth means.
Yeah. What a great answer, because that's exactly what 100% supportive of what you're saying. Land acquisitions, costs, development. Right. So it's how that flow-on effect, and just trying to tie that back into
Well, we
long-term
need to
plans and
align.
things?
We got a statement of expectation that says that we need to deliver the services, we need to enable the growth, and we need to align with your strategies and your plans. And at the same time, we need to be very mindful of affordability. So it wasn't just a case of saying we need another $100 million to do this. We want to look at what are the options, and if we're taking a truly innovative approach to this, how can we do it in a different way? And I think that's the challenge that I have given to the team, and the team are responding extremely well on that. So I think you will be pleased with the work that's been done.
Yeah, no, think already are. So it's good. More than happy to consider it as well. And the last one was your in-house capacity. You talked about that, and you're reducing contractors. Are we talking administration, or are we talking field operation?
So the good portion of it is around making sure that we've got our enabling functions up and running. So that's our customer services, our billing team, those sorts of things. So that's where the main amount of the resources in at the moment in terms of building capability and capacity. But we also have some other areas across our operational area that we also need to make sure we're building capacity in as well. And that's in our development engineering space. And so we're making sure if we're going to maintain data integrity and make sure that we stay ahead of what comes down the track, we need to continually build our capability so that we can meet that demand. So we're using contracting resource for short-term projects rather than a continued reliance on contracting support.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks, Rex.
Yep.
John.
No, look, well done. And as you know, the feedback that I get in the area that I engage is positive, and I think that people are starting to see that there have been some positive unintended benefits from the decision. Are you on track to have the implementation transition completed by the 31st of July?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. John.
Okay. In a constructive way, the engagement, any thoughts on, or what are your thoughts on how future engagement can get a little bit more traction? And I know it's difficult because people tend to be over-consulted and not terribly keen, but any ways forward?
Yeah, I will get the team to talk a little bit more about this, John, but we want to set up our we don't want the engagement to be kind of what we need, it's kind of what the community needs. So the message that we deliver up until now is you let us know what works for you and we will make that work. We don't want it to be engage with community only when we got a problem or when there is a consultation. I think it's that ongoing discussion is the increasing the kind of the water literacy, as I often refer to, people understanding, what the challenges are and how we do things and how the costs work. I think the suggestions that we got from some of the councillors about explaining the structure of the cost and what the cost cover, that was very well received by the community. So we also got some feedback in terms of we don't want to see you every week. So we're just trying to balance, the two. Nisha has been leading that piece of work, but essentially we will do whatever the community needs. But Nisha?
You kind of said what I was going to say, Alex, but one of the, when we did our significance and engagement policy consultation, we had some really good feedback coming in about the ways that people want us to engage with them. So we've taken that on board going forward and looking at different ways we can do that. Obviously, we want to work with council on what you are doing going forward as well and tie into the communications plans that the team are doing there, and we're working closely with them on that. So community organisations and residents associations have also been, people have told us they want us to be there, so we're sort of keeping in touch with everybody and trying to book in regular sessions too.
If I can add something, John, I also recently reached out to some of the high schools. There's another group that we often talking here about, engaging with kind of young people, and we might try to come up with some, I guess, new ways of engaging with young people, kind of supporting their involvement and, understanding the challenges for the region and training, education, all of that, that will be so critical in terms of workforce development for us, but also, another channel into the community. So once that conversation develops a bit more, I will bring that back to the council for an update.
Yep, thank you. Personally, I quite like the Waikato District Water Services Development Contributions Policy. Have you given any thought to a targeted growth charges so that you can recover capital costs of infrastructure provided in new subdivisions?
So we've got an initial development contributions policy in anticipation of the development levies that are supposed to come through from central government. So we anticipate that once those go through, then we can move to what that looks like. Should that take a little bit longer, there is an opportunity for us to relook at our development contributions policy and see how we might be able to make an update of that could allow us to make some changes around what it looks like in terms of that targeted growth. We haven't quite got there yet while we await the development levies conversation, but we are definitely keeping a watchful brief on that.
So from a governance perspective, that it just seems to me that, in my view, given the state of the central government and the forthcoming elections, that maybe their development levies is going to be a prolonged process. So would not tell you what to do, of course, but just making the comment that it would make me sleep easier at night if I was sort of reassured that Selwyn Water Limited was actually saying, well, let's put the horse in front of the cart, because, as you know, especially in Selwyn, we've got massive subdivision which isn't going to wait for the government's.
Yeah, so no, you can sleep well, John. We are thinking about along those lines. Now, the one thing that I don't think even that policy contemplates is we often deal with a contribution that is made for that particular development and often doesn't take into account the impact on the wider network, in particular the wider capacity, right? So to me, what I want to do is find some kind of mechanism to make sure that we also seek a contribution that takes into account the impact it will have on, like our wastewater treatment plant. So, but they need to be done in a fair kind of way. So we're not trying to penalize developers for this. We don't want to penalize community for this. We're kind of finding a model that's not that evident at the moment, but we do. I think that's the value that we'll be adding, is coming up with an equation that actually is fair on everyone and ensures that we get that right contribution.
Yeah, and I agree, Alex, that would be a great improvement to the Waikato policy.
Agreed.
John, I can assure you'll be sleeping well at night. Yeah. Might be a different story for me. Hey guys, I reached out to you last week. I just want to say thanks for this here around a couple of the property managers within the district that approached me and said, hey, this new bill system with Selwyn Water, sorted out, Big Red. So I come to you, you sorted it out straight away and got it back to us. I just want to say thanks for that. And it's good for the public to know that, how efficient you were actually around addressing that, and you didn't pass the buck or do anything. So thanks, guys.
Cool. I've got Sam, and then we'll go Elizabeth online.
Well, that segues nicely, because I was going to say the couple of issues that have been alerted to me, presented to you guys, a little bit of investigation, bang, a good result for everybody came out in the end. So just wanted to congratulate you for that. Cheers for the briefing. Now, just one thing though. So we've now got customer service for Selwyn Water Limited at the customer service desk. Awesome. But I'd still like people to have the opportunity to be able to pay for their volumetric charging and their water bills using cash. So that's one thing that's come back to me. I thought you weren't getting rid of cash. What's going on? I can't pay Selwyn Water Limited. So you should at least have one location where you can pay physically with cash, please. Thank you.
So we have set up an arrangement with New Zealand Post which will allow our customers to pay via cash. But if we do see that this becomes quite a problem for our customers, then we'll look at accepting cash over the counter here as well.
Cool. Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you. The first question, do you have a text option for the customers who don't have data or phone minutes to make the calls?
I'm not sure, Elisa. It's just so a text messaging kind of function. That's the question?
Oh, sorry, you're not able to hear me clearly.
Yeah, it's better now. Thank you. If you can repeat the question, we'll.
Oh, okay,
attempt.
sorry. So the question is, do you have a text messaging option for the customers who don't have the ability to make calls or have data on their phone to email through?
Not at the moment, Elizabeth, but we can certainly investigate that to see whether or not we can put that in place.
Thank you. Next question. Is there consideration potentially with the business case that you're looking at for a second plant to be located in a less landlocked position for the additional capacity, or closer to the iZone hub, or near a large fast track area for our wastewater services?
I mean, I think all of those things would be things that we kind of consider, and as I said, we try to look at this quite differently. So I guess I could say yes, we will be looking into all of that, but right now we don't have any kind of concrete location or a view as to whether it is one plant or an expansion of our existing facilities. But it will be coming soon.
Yep, great, thank you. Have you had any communications with central government over a partnership or shared costs for the wastewater investment?
No, we are, I think, developing options. Then we'll discuss those options with our board, and then we'll discuss those options with you as a shareholder. And I mean, obviously, the sequencing of how do we do this? We've got a water strategy. There is a long-term plan. There will be a new long-term plan and a new water strategy. So kind of we want to progress those discussion around the options with our board and with our shareholder first. And then I think that will be the opportunity to seek some kind of input from others.
Thank you very much.
Elizabeth, just on the Selwyn Water around the text messaging, you have our 0800 number, which is free to call from mobile phone. So there's a free service that you do provide in that. Yeah. Cool. Is there any other questions? There being none. Look, I think we really look forward to finance performance report and getting that up and running, which I think will be great. And otherwise, thank you for the work that you're doing to stand this up. I know it hasn't been easy, and it's good to being able to partner on delivering this.
If I may, before we finish, and I've been told that sometimes I repeat myself, but one thing I would like to reiterate is the enormous amount of work that the team are doing. And when I say the team, it's not just the team working on the new stuff, it's the team that maintains the services. And they have been through a whole lot of stress and additional work. And, like anything new takes that extra little bit of effort. So this would not have been a success if it wasn't for, everyone that's in the team and the support from the council. So thank you to all of you for that.
Cool. Thank you. See you in August. Councillors, this puts us on a break until, I think actually if we do 1 p.m, would be good. Thank you. Bob, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. So provide a bit of a briefing on Pillar 3 of the Going for Growth central government program around housing incentivisation. So a lot of the details of the new policy, Pillar 3, is within the memo, so I won't go over the detail. But I guess really keen to understand councillors' thoughts on next steps. So how do we actually go about planning for these projects? What type of projects should be? How do we actually go about spending the funds that we may receive? Noting that we are operating off announcements, so we could probably fill a one-pager with what we know about this at the moment. So we are still waiting for a bit more detail to come, particularly around how we can spend that money, what type of projects would fulfil that criteria. So on the policy itself, so it's about $400 million over 4 years, $100 million per annum. Purpose is to incentivise councils to process housing consents as quick as they can, and funding for councils that consent a certain number of residential units. So Selwyn would fall within the highest payment number for that. Depending on a range of factors, volumes and share of the fund and stuff like that, SDC could see approximately $8 to $11 million per annum out of this fund. The funding must be used for infrastructure to support growth, but as I said, there's still criteria details about what that infrastructure may look like. Just noting that it can't be used for water infrastructure and it can't be used for infrastructure which DC funding would have been used for anyway. There has been suggestions and commentary on that it could be used for OPEX related things as well. So maybe an example of that could be investment into digital infrastructure where we can actually improve systems with AI, make it more effective and efficient for us to actually process resource consents, and that may be quite relevant as we move into a rates cap environment where we can actually offset potential rates revenue money and invest with this fund instead. So I guess just moving into recommendation for next steps. So I guess due to the uncertainty involved with the amount of funds we would receive, I think it's probably best for a project list to sit outside the long-term plan. I would hate for us to create a project list within the LTP and then have funding shortfalls. It causes a bit of an issue. So having a project list that sits outside of that when funding does become available and the quantum of that funding is known, effectively we can prioritise that list, or we can prioritise that list before you even get to that point and then start doing those things. So if that was the desired direction of council, we would go amongst staff and councillors and sort of canvass what those projects may look like and probably come back to a workshop with councillors. Questions?
Cool. Happy to go for questions on this, councillors. I think, Bob, can you just clarify for me when we're saying it can't be anything that DCs are being charged for? So with some of our projects where we have, there's the general rate component or debt borrowing, and then there's the DC, we can't apply this funding to that project?
You're based on the details of the plan so far. Effectively, if DC funding can be used for that piece of infrastructure, then you can't use this fund for it. So it may think things like, well, you've got a reserve there which is DC funded, you've had intensification, so you actually want to upgrade that reserve with more trees or benches or playground equipment, those type of things. You may want to invest in your social services like libraries, more offerings for your libraries or your community hall, which already exist. It could be traffic safety, transport intersection upgrades which fall outside of any DC fund. I guess without that criteria about really defining what we can use this on, hard to provide a detailed answer.
Yeah, because that's what I just think about if we're doing projects and the growth component is covered by the DCs, there's still, it's not 100%, so DCs aren't covering 100% of the things that we do. And so then there is still that other component that this could be applied to.
Potentially, yeah. We'll get creative.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Over to questions from councillors. First up, we've got Sarah.
Yeah, that seems to be the key, is being creative around this. Is this going to, do you think this is a sustainable fund? Should there be a change of government? Do you?
Probably not a question I can answer.
Yeah, was there any commentary from any other parties around this when it was announced?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, so fingers crossed.
So it's for 4 years, noting that we have an election coming up this year.
Race.
Yeah, so my question was the same really around the earmarking of the funding and how we get to allocate that. So you've answered that it's not quite specific, but if it was to go into community centres and over a period of time or whatever, but 100% support that it is held in isolation if we even get it, and that it is used up. And I would strongly advocate that putting it into internal council resourcing, such as staffing or IT or whatever, is not the case. That it would go back into community asset, but obviously that'll be debated at a later stage.
Sam.
Thank you. Given we can't use these funds for anything that's currently DC funded, when DC's already fall short on all those projects, is this just a race to the bottom? Like, are we gonna grow for growth's sake to allocate for funding in the hope of robbing Percy to pay Paul? Eventually we'll catch up.
I think this fund helps, but it's not going to be the solution to the infrastructure shortfall.
No.
Whether that's related to growth or just normal infrastructure that you need as a growing place, as a city that's establishing itself.
And the way it's written, is it DCs or levies, or is it just DCs?
And levies, yeah.
Oh,
So it's
bother.
that
I was
whole
hoping
thing.
we had a
Yeah.
loophole there. Like, thank you.
I know it's only come out recently, but I notice because of the 100 million cap, and we're thinking that we might be in that 8 to 10 million a year. My question is, are we really likely to get our 8 to 10 million a year? Because if there's a cap across the whole country, have you been able to, or your team been able to look at the other councils that will also be able, under the criteria, to attract, so that we can, do you see what I'm asking, to see whether there's actually going to be that share out of the 100 million?
It's a share of 100 million, so we might not get our full entitlement. It really depends on what's happening in our council, plus us other councils as well, and how far and how many consents they get over that threshold. So it's probably not, I can't answer really the question, but it's something that we know, and that's I guess why my recommendation is that the fund should sit outside the long-term plan, because we won't really know until about April what we're getting for that particular year.
Yeah, because the way my thinking goes is that we find something that we already need to pay for, that it meets the criteria, use that money there, take that money and use it for the shortfall there. That's where my brain goes, to get around it not being maybe for what we would initially go, that's what we would like to use it for, then we find which is what you're getting at, I think.
Effectively offset, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sophie.
Yeah, probably not so much of a question, sorry. I just find it interesting that this is one of those things that, even in the report here, it's got initial guidance indicates funding can be used for infrastructure, blah, 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 costs associated with growth. And then the next rundown, that it's got to be things that can't be covered by development contributions. So we're literally acknowledging that growth doesn't pay for growth. Somebody's already set it in such a way that growth cannot possibly pay for all of the growth-related costs. And somehow we're supposed to find the gap here. I mean, we've, like you mentioned before, there's things that the Treasury rules mean we can't allocate DCs towards everything. We've got Whātaro. The vast majority of it is ratepayer funded. But whether or not the detail will allow us to use something like this for the rest of that. But that's a replacement with a growth component.
Yeah, and that's what we're waiting for, is that
Yeah.
criteria of what we can actually spend it on.
Yeah. It's, it would be nice if it turns up, but yeah, there's an election coming.
We'll just go to Elizabeth online.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Yep, brilliant. I was going to say, Sister Tracy asked my question again, but the other part of it was how much, Robert, with the 8 to 10 million that you've suggested in here, what would that actually buy us? give us, I mean, just an example. What can we buy for that?
Oh, I
In the
can't
current
really
market.
provide that detail, so I'm not an infrastructure provider. So it could be as small as more library books right up to a roundabout for an infrastructure upgrade type thing. So it really depends on what you want to be using that money on.
Right, thank you.
Just to lighten the mood, Elizabeth, $8 million at $8 a cup was 1 million cups of coffee. But but it also is going to be 100%. Just wanted to support what you were saying, Trace, because at the end of the day, it's just a divisional sum of 100 million. How many councils are we going to end up after amalgamation?
Aaron?
It's a shame that their calculations aren't done retrospectively on the last year. That will give you a little bit more of a forward view of how much money you're going to get, rather than sort of just finding out at the end of each year and, hey, surprise, here's how much money you're getting. But that's not your problem. Spending on stuff that we're already going to need to pay for is fine, and that's good. But an alternative is, are we allowed to, under the rules as you understand, to invest some of that money so that we can get an ongoing return, or otherwise leverage that funding?
I would probably lean towards no. I think there needs to be direct funding investment into that infrastructure. Yeah. So probably a bit more tangible than that. Well, yeah.
It's a shame. Yeah. Thank you.
And I guess it leans on the same line of investment. Can we use it just to pay down debt for the things that we have incurred?
Again, not something I can answer without that level of detail.
Okay, so we need the legislation that sits alongside this, and I think, in my view, I treat this as almost like a bonus. We don't actually plan to receive this. If you receive it, it's good, because I don't want to then be hamstrung on the fact that we've planned to spend this money, it hasn't happened, and then you're actually letting people down in that space. I think is the sort of the way I'm thinking about it, and I think it's really important that we do keep that in the back of our mind, though, when we are going through asset management planning and activity management planning, just to maybe almost put some of those thoughts aside of what are some of the things that might need an additional helping hand to get across the line, so that there isn't a burden on the general ratepayer, I think is the way that I'm thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Sam?
You basically concluded with what I wanted to say. Any way that we could use this funding to help offset current operational costs, be that investment in solar, more efficiency. I know they say you're not allowed to add it to water infrastructure, but perhaps more solar panels at a place on Burnham School Road. Yeah, I'd be in full support of, but also, just as a directive, we don't want to grow on the hope that we'll get some money out of this.
I don't think that's the plan.
No, but effectively we'd need to start projects to be allocated this funding, really.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how project ready they need to be.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking is everything else we need, we're effectively already collecting DCs for, roughly.
Yeah.
That's my
really
thought.
Depends.
Yeah.
I guess if we do receive $10 worth of funding, then that is $10 million worth of projects that we have to deliver, and we may not actually be set up as an organisation to deliver that extra $10 million worth of projects.
So, although it's funding, it's technically a liability in a sense as well. Yeah.
Yep. Because we will have to report on how we've used this.
Yes.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Though, like, it'd be really great if we had the legislation that sits alongside this. But if we've got a project and 20% of it is funded by DCs, we still have 80% that we need to fund from somewhere. And in my view, it would be we would then allocate it to that, so that that component was covered, so that we're not having to either take general rates or debt fund to cover the 80%, because we know that DCs never cover 100% of something that we do. I think that's, Steve.
Yeah, I think the vehicle in which we start to really daylight this is going to be through the development of our activity management plans. going forwards from next financial year. I think what we can do is we can take this assessment. I think we've got a general sense you want us to drill into this to get more evidence, but to understand what it is. We'll look at our capital plan and we'll see where we've got opportunities, the difference between our debt funding and our development contribution funding, and we'll hopefully be able to come back with some advice as to what we think could be eligible for this criteria.
Tracy.
Just on that, it seems to my semi-logical brain that if they're saying you can't put it towards anything that is DC funded, then they're not going to let us put it towards something where there's the other 80%, because they already know that DCs don't 100% fund something. So that's a confusing thing that will need to be clarified in the detail that they come with. The other thing is I would obviously want us to stay away from building something new, because the danger, as we all know, is like somebody can come along to us and say, hey, let's go 50-50 in building this. And everybody goes, oh, great, we're going to get 50% of it paid for. But if we didn't need it, it's not a saving because we still have to find 50%, but we've got the whole of building cost. And so that's, as is always, the devil's in the detail. And there have been announcements made before by various governments of where they're going to put more money into something, but when it comes out and when the criteria come out and it's so tight and it's so restrictive that people aren't able to access it, and then in 2 years' time they go, well, nobody wanted it, so we're getting rid of the fund.
If there is a problem here, just buy land. Honestly, look, this isn't a real hard issue, and I'm sure that people that are listening are going, if you've got a hard place and you can't find somewhere to put $8 million, yeah.
I think it probably needs to align with community priorities as well, and maybe our vision and priorities that we have developed for the long-term plan as well. So we need some more clarity on rules and around this and what we can and can't do and whatnot. But great to have a conversation about it and keep it in our mind through LTP planning. So unless we've got any other questions on this. There being none, that takes us to the end of our public briefing today. So thank you for joining us.